All right, and just started the YouTube cast. So, in about 10 minutes, we'll start getting into tracks. So, if you are catching the replay the next day, at about the 10-minute mark, we start going through stuff. And at any time, feel free to send something in. I've got a few things in my email already today. And if you have sent something in and you're in chat, let me know you're here so that we can get to your stuff live. The email to send stuff to is down at the bottom of the screen. And I've got kind of the guidelines scrolling over the top, so check those out. That would be very helpful. David, good to see you again. Uh, got your Facebook comment. The Facebook stuff is hard to keep track of. It doesn't always notify me, but I'm happy that one worked. All right, and if you are just tuning in, this is the Atonuv Studio live stream. We're here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern, and people can feel free to send in mixes for live feedback at absolutely any time. The email address is down there. There are some like guidelines and rules scrolling above my face. We've got a dog cam down here to pass the time. This is not like a high impact, constant content delivery device for that constant stimulation. This is a pretty laid back stream. We we listen to some music, we dial in some tech support, and that's how we run things here. So, yeah, there's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of hanging out. So we've got a dog cam to just keep those relaxed vibes going. Guinness is down there right now, waiting for some tracks. And at any time, feel free to ask a question in chat. Or if you've sent in a track and you're here, let me know so that we can go through your track live while you are in the building. And if you're watching over on Facebook, just know that I very rarely get the notifications. You're going to be better off hopping over to Twitch or the YouTube channel, which is a ton of streaming, if you want to like chat and stuff. So I normally don't simulcast to Facebook. Okay, cool. I'm pretty good. How are you doing? And that updated, so the newest mix that I have from you is the one that you sent about an hour ago. Is that the latest mix? Great. Uh, I've got your mix. I'm going to load it in about 5 minutes. I like to give folks a little bit of time to hop on into the room. So uh, we'll start with you and dial in that mix. All right, if you are just joining and wondering what's going on, this is a ton of open studios. I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern, and you can send your latest mix for some top-down style feedback, dial in some technical stuff. Um, maybe there's just a thing that needs to get scooched around in the mix a little bit. Maybe there's a whole philosophical angle to take on your workflow. Who knows? We're gonna find out. Feel free to send tracks in anytime. The email address is down at the bottom of the screen, and then there are some general guidelines up top that I would appreciate if you read before you sent in a track. And if you are watching on Facebook, I don't usually stream on Facebook because I don't get like notifications for chat and comments on that. But I want to get some new people into the stream, so just pop on over to the YouTube or Twitch, and we will be able to dial stuff in over there. It is a Tuesday. It is snowy. It is good to be here. Happy to have another night of listening to some cool music. We're just getting started. The last couple of nights, I have definitely been uh, streaming a little bit longer than normal. It's the dead of winter. Everything's slowed down a little bit, and it is really cool to have such a good crew of people on stream all the time. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy to help out, and yeah, I realize that there are a lot of people right now that are probably starting out um, on recording themselves for the first time because of the last 8 months of our lives, and I think that that's great. It's really, 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 really fun to learn how to record ourselves and to mix and everything. So this just seemed like a perfect way to spend my free time. Cool, David. Let me see if I got that drive file. I am not seeing it yet, but sometimes it takes a minute to pop on over. Um, and just make sure that you've got my email spelt right. It's a little bit weird. It's Atonuv with a U. I know it's ridiculous, but it looks kind of cool. Looks cool on a shirt. Uh, All right, I got to fire up my speakers, and then we are going to get started. David, I'm still not seeing that folder. So it might have got sent to the wrong spot, or it's uploading and processing. So we're going to get to the first track, and then we'll see if that situation solves itself. File transfer. Okay, let's go to the DAW. And for anyone catching the replay, the way that this works is I, check out the tracks with people that are live on stream. If you have sent something in and you can't make it to the stream, I'll go ahead and hit record on my screen capture software and then upload that bit separately to the YouTube channel. That way you don't have to scroll through like a 4-hour live stream to find your track. So if you're watching in the future, know that that exists. This is for all the future people out there. Okay, and before I play the first track of the day, got to do a little bit of promo for the channel. I just delivered the final mixes. It's all 100% approved for a really, really cool rock album. And the band recorded it themselves in their home studio. They did a really good job with it. And it was a really great experience on every level. So I'm going to bring them on to the stream when they release the first single, which is probably going to be around the end of January, and it's going to be really cool. So I'm kind of like talking it up until then. We're going to do like a mix teardown, like take a look at the session and do all of that on stream. So get hyped on that. And that's the end of the shameless self promo. Let's go ahead and get to this track. Oh, it's like it's a lot like cursive. If you're that's what I would like liken it to. It's like really big and raw and organic Midwestern rock. 2 guitars everywhere, big drums. It's just like exactly what I like. So it was really cool to do for them. But yeah, let's check out this track.
Hey, hey, yo, cat. Hey, let's do this thing, alright?
Okay.
Let's go.
Listening to Lizzo when I'm dancing around the deli. Smoke a J out in the parking lot with Jeremy and Heidi. I ain't got nothing to hit. They roll up without their gift in that minivan. So much legroom in the van. I'm getting high, I'm all on straight. Hey, I got a funny look on my face. Hey, I'm getting high, I'm all on straight. Flying on my grind like I'm working in
Launch
in the
break.
deli, cause I gotta make this cheddar. Yeah, that J just made my day. That ganja got me feeling better. Lacy, how red on my eyes. Think I'm feeling pretty high. Tango, hambre, quiero tacos con frijoles on the side. I'm getting high on my lunch break. Ay, I got a funny look on my face. Ay, I'm getting high on my lunch break. Flying on my mind like I'm working in outer space. Ay, I'm getting high on my lunch break. Ay, I got a funny look on my face. Ay, I'm getting high on my lunch break. Flying on my grind, flying on my grind. Flying on my grind, flying on my grind, okay? Flying on my grind, flying on my grind.
Launch break.
Track is cool. Uh, great samples. This is well arranged, and it's got a lot of really great hooks, and it has all of the like. This is written in a way that like people will love it. There is a degree of technical issues that need to get dialed in on the mix. But also, like you said, you just started doing this. So awesome. This is great work. So here's what I want to do. And especially like whenever like the first track of the day, I will usually spend a whole lot of time on. So you're lucky here. Um, what are you monitoring on? Like what are you listening to your mixes with? And Elias, good to see you. Vault's in the building. Oh, and David, I just got your link. Okay, cool. So, um, yeah, the monitoring situation I think is leading you to make some decisions that are not rooted in reality. That is so. I will definitely tell you what is up with the mix, but the thing that is ultimately up with the mix is this non-ideal monitoring setup. That is where we are at as like an as an overview thing. As far as remedying this, it's like and uh, first off, before I do the whole spiel, if you're watching, feel free to send in tracks to the email listed down below. There are some rules scrolling over my head. Check that out. Send in stuff. But dialing in a room and setting up an ideal monitoring system is what I personally believe is the only like no compromise part of mixing. Um, and like once again, I fully understand you're just starting out. So this isn't something that has to be done tomorrow or 6 months from now or years from now, but it is what is going to like I think that you can make a great track using like Audacity and some freeware plugins and like all of that. Like no need to spend money on like a microphone to a degree, but like no fancy plugins, no fancy gear. What is the no compromise part of a great mix is accurate monitoring and a room that is set up to tell you the truth. As far as doing that, at the absolute bare minimum budget, which I also believe in, minimum maximum, like put in the minimum amount of time and money to make the maximum amount of stuff happen. And that's just going to come down to the Yamaha HS series, like even an HS5 is going to be good. And then building your own room treatment with like Owens Corning 703, I think, is kind of like the medium budget DIY option. That's going to give you full range absorption. And then you could get away with like general rock wool, and even it sucks to work with, and you got to be like, you don't want to have to like do this too much, but you could just use like regular old like pink fiberglass. Yeah, so if you, and then this is a double whammy, if you treat your room for monitoring, you're also going to get better vocal takes with whatever microphone you're using. So this is a 2-for-1. Oralex foam, like the squishy foam or whatever, does nothing for you. So don't even bother. Like eventually we all go down that road. It's like, well, I could grab like 500 yards of Oralex for $20. So like maybe I'll do that. Don't even bother. You'll get nothing. You'll actually get worse results because it's just going to suck out 500 and nothing below it. And it'll destroy your mixes. So, yeah, that's like as far as like building it your own. Those are the materials like Owens Corning 703 or 702. Can't remember. Rock wool, regular old fiberglass. You can build your own traps and absorption panels with that. You're going to want to wrap that in fabric so that your room isn't horrible to work in. Those are the DIY methods. And then as far as prosumer options that work that are like medium priced, the Primacoustic London room kit, I think you can grab, it's like $200, and that's going to get you results that are usable. After you grab these materials to treat your room, you're going to want to set up a reflection-free zone or an RFZ, and that's just paneling from your monitors to your ears. That's it. And then you're going to want to bass trap the front wall. And once again, you could build those yourselves or use the Primacoustic London bass traps are fine. And then if you want to get something that looks really nice and works really well, the GIK Acoustics tri-corner bass traps are slick and work great. But you can build your own super chunk bass trap for very, very little money. All of this, so reflection-free zone, bass traps up front, and then a cloud eventually, and then you might want to bass trap your back corners or do absorption back there or diffusion if you want like a little bit of a wider sound, but that's for later. As far as getting like most of the way there with room treatment, it is reflection-free zone, bass traps up front. You're going to get the most bang for your buck, min-max, right there. First, you have to set your monitors up in the very, very best possible way, which is to say that they need to be set up on the short wall. So it's short wall in front of you, long walls to your side. Your listening position needs to be between 30 and 40% of the way back from the front wall. And then equilateral triangle from your listening position to your monitors. Most monitors are near field, and they will be closer to your face than you would think that they would be to get the best possible results. And then you can think about doing some sonar works, to get that last little bit of room correction, and then you will be mixing in a true environment. I say this about every stream, so you can probably check a replay or just check this replay and slow it down. This is the advice that I give everybody when they're starting out, because this is the only thing that you really can't compromise on, or else you're going to have mixes that are just lopsided, and you could have the best ear in the world, and you could be very good at mixing, which is to say that I think that this is like a potentially good mix, but I think that you're mixing on stuff that is making it you're mixing around obstacles, basically. So, and that's what it sounds like, that's what it looks like. Let's talk about this mix in particular now. So let me open it back up. Basically, it is flooded from 30 to 60 hertz, which is really, 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 really normal. And basically, you are pumping tons of information there, because like a lot of like samples are already just like cooked with lots of information there. And then depending on your room, depending on your setup, depending on what's getting pushed out, it's like we want to feel like it's really, really, really big down there. So we tend to push really heavy there. And the thing is that when it's really, really heavy from 30 to 60, like when an 808 kicks in, it takes away from the dynamic range of the entire mix. It pushes everything hotter, and we get, as far as like min max, it's like we are putting so much energy into the mix in that region that we're taking away from the overall efficiency of the track, because it takes more energy to produce low information. And as far as what that means on the consumer's end is there are three types of consumers: consumers who don't care, consumers who care, and then like live shows with DJs and stuff. Consumers who don't care about how they consume music, they're going to be listening on laptop speakers, their cell phone, or like cheap desktop stuff. And those speakers do not reproduce sound accurately below 100 hertz. So they're just literally not going to hear where most of your track is. So it's pointless. And then consumers who care, consumers that have like a system with like either full range speakers, or maybe they have a subwoofer if they're like a bass head. They've got that all dialed in, and then they have that tweaked to how they like it. And then they're going to be listening to, theoretically, a lot of music. So if they are a consumer who listens to a lot of music, they are going to be listening to curves that are, to a degree, industry standard. And then if something gets on their system that doesn't kind of vaguely confirm or conform to these specs, then they're going to be like, this sounds weird if they play that track. So in those first two scenarios, blowing up that 30 to 60 region is going to yield like middling to bad results. And then in the last situation, like live DJ show, okay, so we're talking about a big ass system and like big old subwoofers, and they can just push and push and push and push. Okay, that's where we can have a ton of information in that 30 to 60 region. But here's the thing: we can always add it at the show. DJs have a 3-band mixer, and as someone who has worked countless live DJ shows, I will tell you that that bass knob only goes up. They're going to do it, and then front of house, if it's like a real show, they know exactly where in the room that they work all the time, where to hit the subs, and then they're going to do it on their end too. So what we want to go for is a basically flat frequency response with like depending on genre. So I would boost 30 to 60 a little bit on the master, but by like 2 dB, 3 dB if it was like really underwhelming in the mix. But this is just like it's all there. Um, I'm unfamiliar with the BandLab mastering, but if it's automated mastering, then I don't know. It didn't do that great of a job. It's to be 100% honest, it's not even usually automated mastering can at least like perfectly hit loudness, but this didn't. So I would not recommend it. Okay, so first off, there's that. So we've got this whole like low end thing happening. Yeah, I might need to just do that in general. It's a very common thing because it feels good while we're mixing. So, uh yeah, I guess I'm going to like let's just clip that and we'll just point people to it in the future and we'll save some stream time. Um okay, so that's pretty perfunctory. Now, where you don't have any energy in this track is in the 200 to like 600, like the meat of your mid range, like all that is gone. So like the vocals are living, and this might be partly due to the Blue Yeti, but we can compensate for it in the mix. But basically your vocal is just really heavy at like 2K, and we need the vocal to have presence at 2K. That's what's going to make it feel like it's present and pushing through the mix. But it's too much. That 1K to 3K region is really crucial in a mix. If there's not enough, the mix feels empty and nothing cuts. If it's too much, it's harsh. And right now, those vocals are harsh. So they need to get brought down in that 1 to 3K, just, I don't know, like 3 dB. I would take that off, and then they need to get beefed up in that mid range, 200 to 500. So basically, you got to like move things out of that 30 to 60, and then kind of broaden things out. We're just taking brush strokes here. We're just pulling away and moving it into the mids, and we're taking those high mids and moving them down. And then lastly, you've got there's like that bell chime sample happening like at the beginning of the track and throughout it, and it is so hot at 8K. 8K, and then it's got harmonics at like 16K. It's just really, really hot there, and it's like uncomfortable basically. Which I imagine on like in your room with the Logitech speakers, etc., etc. That's probably what you had to do to make it feel like it has presence, but it is just like absurdly hot. And let me catch up to chat. Yeah, cool. We've already got some kind of like chat memes. This is great. All right. So yeah, that's the track. I think you did a great job. Like it's a really, really cool track. It's really well thought out. Tons of great musical content and everything. It's just that mix is just lopsided at the moment. And dial that in and you're good to go. So let's go ahead and load up the next track. We all of a sudden have a I feel like when it rains it pours. Um So Vault is over in the UK, so I know it is like very late where you're at. So let's go ahead and get to your track. And then David, I have your stuff, and I just got an email from someone who didn't sign it. And let's see. So it's a SoundCloud link. It's the track Dirty she wrote. Um, if you could, like, in the ticker, if you could send me a file, like an MP3 will work if that's what you have. A WAV would be preferred. That would be really great. Or if you want to make these SoundCloud links downloadable. Also, I don't know your name. So if you're in chat, let me know. So to recap, this is a ton of Open Studio here 6 p.m. every single night. I'm Scott. Send your tracks in. There's an email. There are rules or guidelines. We're going to do Vault's track, and then David, and then this new person, if you can get those links figured out. And hey, what's up? Ascending, it is cool to have you on stream. And yeah, I kind of like lost track of chat for a little bit. Elias is right. Like fixing it in the master is like it's kind of like it's a joke amongst the like at every stage. It's kind of like at every stage of production, fixing it at the next stage is an increasingly bad idea and an increasingly funny joke. Like when you're recording something and the recording goes poorly, you say like, "Oh, we'll fix it in the mix," and then it's like, we should probably just fix it in the recording process. And then you're doing the mix, and then something's not hitting right, and you're like, "We'll fix it in the master," and then it's just like, actually, this is just not good. Mastering isn't for fixing things. Mastering is for quality assurance and just making sure that things are consistent throughout an album and consistent to the global musical zeitgeist. It's more about just like intense listening than actually doing something. Like great mastering is pushback on a mix like this. I am a mastering engineer, and this is basically what I do for clients. The most important part of my job is going like, it's this in the mix. It would be best addressed in this way. So, this is like free mastering, basically. And then as far as like the physical changing of things in the master, it's like, I do like a 2 dB cut here and a 2 dB boost here. And then I have like a sweetening EQ and a sweetening saturator. And then I just make sure that levels are consistent within itself and within the industry standard. And it's not that involved. If you are mastering and just doing like crazy stuff, it means you got to fix it in the mix. Cool. So I think that's everything. That's caught up with everything. Let's check out Vault's track. And Vault is about to do a bunch of exams and stuff. So this is their last stuff for a little bit. So wish them well, everybody. I hope that you crush it. But we've got a few things from them today. So let's do... let's start with Space, because this is like a rough sketch. Been working with it for a while. You're feeling the struggle. You made a cool snare, uh, kind of based on Yellow Submarine. That's awesome. Let's take a listen to this. Yeah, just the snare. Okay. That's the cool track, dude. Uh Yeah, I mean, it's really good. like it's so cool to hear you're just like, oh, this is a rough sketch. It's always very good. There is a couple of things to dial in here. Because once again, like the last one that we heard, you're doing a lot of things that are really unique as far as where things live. It's very outside of typical. While still maintaining that like modern electronic feel. So it poses like new challenges. So your kick is really it's living between 30 and 60, but for everyone watching, it's very nicely controlled. It's like dead on. It's like spot on. It's very good. That's like big bottom end without blowing stuff up. It's awesome. So your kick is down there, and then bass is living like from 60 to 100 ish, and you've got it like right on the edge. They're just really really nicely working with each other, and the bass is definitely and this is where I think that we could get some uh this is where we could get some like where we're missing some stuff. Basically you're pretty bare from 100 to 200, which is generally where I would put bass. And I would kind of start there. you've got like really nicely defined bass, and it is just heavy in that 60 to 100, and it absolutely works. Uh, I would extend it into 100 to 200, like extend the bass up, or take some other elements, and you could kind of bring the, if you've got some samples or some sounds in there, you're gonna have to be really careful. Because some stuff just does not sound good from 100 to 200. Sounds boomy, sounds all that. Yeah, okay, bass has been problematic. Shove it into 100 to 200, cuz I like what I'm feeling all in all is that this mix feels a little bit hyped. It feels, and this is where we get into some interesting stuff. How it feels is hyped because the snare is tuned very high. That snare is living at like, it's got so much happening at like 6K, 8K, but it's not bad and it's not harsh and it's not hyped, but everything feels hyped because the snare is such a dominant thing in the mix. So, like, spectrum wise and like how it actually is, it's not hyped. But a driving factor of the mix is heavy in that region. So, and I don't want to, just like with all of these unique elements, I'm not going to be like tune your snare down or like move its presence, because I also see how that is such a unique part of this sound design. It's like the snare is like simultaneously providing backbeat and also taking up where like the hi-hat would be. So it's super, super, super interesting. So what I would want to do on like a global perspective on a mix like this is really beef out the low mids, like harder than I would a lot of tracks. And this is like one of those, this is like a mastering perspective thing. This is what I would dial in. Like, if you were done with this mix and you sent it in, I mean, first off, if you felt artistically like this track is done, I would master it. Like, I don't, there's no like big problems or inconsistencies or things that are out of control and so on and so forth. Like, it's mostly about dialing in how you want it to be at this point. But on a technical level, I would be like, I'll master this any day of the week. But what I would do is, because of this feeling, not like the technical information that is presented in just like the readouts and stuff, is I would put the bump at like 200, as opposed to, because this is kind of like, this is what I'm thinking about, like, because like as the, when we're talking about what is mastering, like one of the only decisions that actually exists in like a destructive or a change to the mix is like on that final sweetening EQ. I find like one, sometimes two regions to just bump a little bit and give it, because like full nerd stuff, like and these are the examples that I give. We could link to this too, but like Radiohead Hail to the Thief is 100% brick wall, just flat frequency wise. James Blake's latest is bumped really heavy at 200, like to the point where you'd be like, is this muddy? But it's not, because it's kind of in this same thing. There's so much excitement in the upper mids that they got away with just flooding 200. It's like heavy. And then like the newest LCD sound system is hyped. Its frequency spectrum overrepresentation is from 1 to 3K. So it's very loud. That's a loud master. So what you got to focus in on is that like 100 to 250, 300 region, and you want to dump more information down there. That's going to balance out what's happening with the snare, and it's going to preserve the snare's ability to be hot where it's hot. And we need to get info that is like constant and like something that we can ride on in our gut. From that 100 to 300. And that's where you want to that's where you want to focus your efforts. It might be in the bass, it might be in other elements of the mix. And then there's also room to put a little bit of like warmth in uh in the like the middle, like 500 700. So you could also consider, if the bass isn't feeling present enough for you, just give it some 700, and then that's gonna kind of address the mix as a whole. And it's like, yeah, I want this. I want the mix to be very warm. I want it to be very low, mid range focused because of how powerful the snare is in the upper end of things. That's how you would preserve that snare while also uh just feeling like everything is grounded. That's my overall takeaway on it. And folks, if you are just watching, this is the Atonuv Open Studio live stream. And if you want to send something in, you can send it to this email down here. There are some guidelines up there. I have an email from someone who did not say who they were. That was a couple of SoundCloud links. If you're in chat, let me know, and so we can say hi. And also, I would love to be able to either download these links, or if you could send me a file, that would be great. We have a couple of things from Vault still, and then we're going to move on to David, not Vault David, but other David, and then go from there. So, yeah, super awesome. Yeah, yeah, I think it's all about, like, it's all about that bass at this point in the mix. So many things are really interesting, and it's like, if you're not feeling the bass where it is, it's also the place where the mix isn't quite working is in that 100 to 200, 100 to 300 region. So if you just flat out changed the bass, if we're still just in creative mode on this thing, then that is going to be uh where you want to focus your attention. But everything else, kick sounds so good. Kick is happening. Snare sounds really, really interesting and exciting. Interesting. Let me listen to that bass. Let me listen to the bass specifically. Yeah, it's just it needs to get the bass doesn't have any body from 100 to 200, so it's not like I'm not getting it, and also it's feeling like maybe crunched up and also just like a tad over compressed, which from being crunched up, then that's a degree of compression. So it might be another thing. Maybe we're stacking like compression on compression if you're doing distortion or saturation in addition to any sort of compression schemes. It feels too tight. It doesn't feel like it has any and yeah, not just frequency wise, we would want to loosen up on its dynamics a little bit, something that has a little more push and yeah. Let's check out this other track. And here's what's fun in your email. you mentioned uh oh, cool. Our mystery anonymous is on one of the Facebook streams. Yeah, I don't get notifications on the Facebook stuff. I just post on Facebook occasionally to get some new folks in here. So if you want to chat, get on over to the Twitch. That has like a much easier uh, a way of going about things. Okay, but what's really interesting in this email from Vault. So this is a revision from the last one that you sent in, and on the kick, you wound up adding 700, which is what we talked about, like a weird move on kick, but I'm happy it worked. And then you added a distorted cowbell, which was a suggestion from Elias. So it's really cool to have such a functional community uh, in chat. Let's check out this track. It rules. Uh, that's great. The only thing that I would think about is we're just a little bit underrepresented in like 500 to 1.5k. So and on it, and like a tiny bit, and there isn't necessarily anything in the mix that I would say like, oh yeah, clearly this could go there. It's basically could just be a, like, it could be addressed in the master. It would just be like a nice wide bell, like right up the middle, just to increase a little bit of clarity and perceived loudness. And we could call it at that point. That's it's a really cool track. Great sound design, amazing work on the top end of things. It's like crystal clear without being harsh, and we're nicely. I think that's kind of where we were talking about last time. Is it was just like there's a lot of detail up there, so we really needed a firm foundation, and it's been achieved. The kick is super present. We got uh, good bass, and yeah, that the stereo work on this is excellent. Like we've got like lots of movement and lots of exciting things happening in the stereo field, but we're never like pushed so far out that it feels weird. This is just like really, really tightly controlled. It sounds great. um and yeah, I have like, that's my one nitpicky thing, is it's like we are um we're a little, it's like 500 to 1.5k. um i would I would say either be done with it, and that's where you want to put some sweetness in the master, or just consider that that's where you could move some specific stuff in the mix. Like if you're feeling like, if you listen to it and go like, I could use a little more of this sound, that's where you'd want um, to put put your efforts. Uh, yeah, that high end, smooth, really, really great stuff. Okay, and folks, we have a bonus. uh, it got sent. It's just the lead isolated, and they were feeling like it was just too cool, and I'm down for that. Let's check out this isolated lead. So cool. That is awesome. All right, folks. Uh, Great stuff. Thank you for sharing with the class as always. Great to have you. Best of luck on your exams. You're going to do great. Um, if you are just joining in, this is the Atonuv Open Studio. I'm Scott. We're here at 6 p.m. Eastern every single night. If you are working on something and you want to send it in, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. There is a list of guidelines floating over my face. Please send a file and not a link to stuff. It's just easier to play and easier to deal with. Waves are preferred. MP3s will totally work if that's what you got. If it is really rough or totally finished and you don't want people to hear it before it's released, just let me know in the email and I will play it muted on stream so that people don't hear it. And then also, if you are doing like a cover or vocals over somebody else's beat or anything like that, please let me know in the email so that I can play it off stream so that we don't get copyright clapped. So that is the stuff. Feel free to send stuff in absolutely anytime. If you have sent something in and you're in chat, let me know that you're here. Yeah, that's basically how it goes. And if you're watching on Facebook, I don't get the notifications for stuff. So hop on over to the YouTube, which is YouTube Atonuv streaming, or the Twitch, and we can chat easier on there. So, David, are you still here? David Flores, that is. And yeah, Jer, good luck with fixing those stuff. I know that you're just starting out. You got like probably limited software options, but just like you know, a parametric EQ built into whatever you got is going to get you where you need to go. Okay, great. Let's check out your track. We got Darkness Away here. Let's see what's going on.
This country be powers and principalities, man-made God and money trees. Our warriors won the foreign fight, but darkness it took hold, and on our shores came broken men whose hearts could not hold. So it comes, and so it goes. That darkness it took hold. And the children, they lost the father's love. The family, it could not hold. Time to reconcile.
Cool track, good classic sound. Couple of things. We'll start from the bottom, work our way up. So your bass is very, very prominent in the like 50 to 100 region, and then there's not a lot happening from 100 to 200, but then it does have a nice lift in the mid. So it feels so the bass sounds better than it is basically. Like it has it sounds really really like bouncy and like perfect, but it's got a whole lot of masking and issues happening below 100. So what I would do is just suck out like 60 to 100, just do like a nice wide bell and take out like 4 dB, and then move that love over into the 100 to 200. Then the mix is going to feel a little more is just gonna feel better. And that's what's up. And then we're gonna get a little more kick out of everything, and that's it. But I know the last time you sent something, it was like much messier down there. So this is better than that, but just a little more separation there, and we're gonna get a better result. And that's also gonna help out with what's happening in the like 500 to 2K. Basically, the vocals are very, very hot in 500 to 2K. Now, the saying is the best mid-range EQ you have is your fader, and I mean, basically, the vocals are too hot. So there's two. I mean, basically, I would just take those vocals down about 2 dB. 3 dB, and then see how it sits. If they are underwhelming at that point, that means you're taking too much out of the upper mids and all that, and they're not cutting. And if that is the case, what I would do is just do a carve, just the big old belliest, widest bell, and just suck down like 2 dB from 500 to 2K on those vocals, and then maybe a little more in the 1.5 to 2K, because we're getting a little bit of like additional outside of just being too harsh, there is or too hot, there is a harshness in the vocal, like right in that 1.5K, 2K, like right around there. Something in the vocal just is just pushing a little too much, and it's harsh specifically there. So just try turning it down, or like do like 2 dB from 500 to 1.5K, and then a little like notchy guy that's a little bit deeper, 1.5K, 1.7, 2K. Just kind of want to find where we start to take, there's just an edge there that's pushing and poking out. And then I think that everything is going to sit really nice. Like if we bring that bass up, we're going to go from, we just have a it's very mid-rangey because of how hot those vocals are. If we can pull those back a little bit and then bring the bass into that 100 to 200, then we're just going to have a very like warm spectrum, which is going to be more in line with like a classic rock track. I love the guitar tones. I love the like stereo guitar and everything. That's really, really cool. And then the other thing that's happening, and I think this is because it's like competing with the vocals that are really hot up to 2K, is there is like at the end of choruses, I think it is, there's an organ that comes in, and I think it's just panned to one side, but it is super hot at 3K, and it's an ear killer. Like, I mean, I would try, like, level out the vocals, and then you're going to hit that, listen for that organ thing, and then, like, balance it out against them. You can use your ears probably at that point, but just know it is so hot at 3K. And then, above that, 3K, beautiful. You've got, like, a nice, like, the snare is really splashy. The hat, it's kind of like, it's remarkably similar to other David's snare in that the snare is really, really present at like 4K to 8K. and it's kind of eating where the hi-hat is. So I don't hate it, but do note that that's why there's not a lot of hat. It's because the snare is just eating the hat, which is definitely like a pretty like old school way of making those two elements work with each other. So that sounds good. Sounds great. Yeah, that's basically, so there's a little bit of low end stuff. We just smooth out the mid range from like 100 to 2K. Address that organ, and then we're good. That's a very good mix. All right, so next up, we have Ishmael, who is watching on Facebook, which, if you are on the Facebook, it is really spotty as to if I actually get like notifications and stuff because Facebook. If you want to like engage with chat on a easier level, I would hop on over to the Twitch or YouTube. But I do see you, Ishmael. So let's go ahead and take a listen. They're MP3s, that's totally fine. College projects. Cool. So let's start with Dirty She Wrote. And folks, this is the Atonuv Open Studio live stream. If you've got something that you would like me to take a look at, feel free to send it in absolutely anytime to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. I'm Scott. We do this stream every day at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And yeah, there's a few like guidelines floating over my head. Please take a look at those. And I'm also happy to answer like any sort of questions in chat. And yeah, David, I appreciate you too. Thank you for sending stuff in. Really cool to hear your stuff. All right, let's check out the next track. It's a short one. Let me I'm gonna loop this. Okay. So It's not uh it's not bad. It is very like it's like happy hardcore. Um what I would do with this is um this is the kick is like all 7K and it doesn't have any bottom. And the bass is occupying like everything from 30 to like 200. I would just make a little bit of space for some bottom on that kick. And that's just going to help the whole thing ride. But it's well mixed and it absolutely works. Cool. And enjoy dinner. And Ivrixry, not sure how to say your username, but yeah, I'd love to hear that track. Yeah, I mean, basically, this is like full. So, Ishmael, your Ivory, yes. Um, Ishmael, this totally functions, and I have worked a ton of live shows where tracks like this come on. And I would just want more bottom on that kick, but it's absolutely within genre specs. And let's check out Gravity Falls. You just remixed and mastered this one. Cool. Uh, Before I go too far, um, did you send the master or just the mix of Gravity Falls? And I think that there's a fair degree of delay on the Facebook chat. So I'm just gonna basically, if this is the master, it's like it's very you have a long way to go where you could push more volume out of this. Like we could be hitting that limiter much harder. It's just the loudness of it is definitely um, yeah, I mean, this is hanging out at like minus 13 RMS. This could get like within electronic music, we can push all the way to minus 7 and be pretty okay. So That is the overall thing that I would look for in this one. And then uh, cool. Yeah, so it's basically just nowhere near loud enough, which is a nice problem to have. I very rarely have to say like it needs to be louder. So it needs to be louder. So that's just that. Um oh, I miss you too, Carl. Um the uh the other thing is you've got like a synth that is just focused right at 1K here, and it's it's really hot like right at 1K, and that's kind of clouding the fact that there's no other mid-range like from 500 to 2K. So I think it's your lead line is just right at 1K and only 1K. I would spread that out and give everyone some love from 500 to 1K and then 1K to 2K. That's going to increase the overall perceived loudness of the track as well. And also, I think that this could use more kick on the bottom as well. Just make a little, um, yeah. So if this mix was clipping, then then something was going on in your gain staging in the mix, because we're talking about there's so much room for this to go. It's like nowhere. It's not. It's nowhere near zero even on its true peak. It's true peaking at -3. Um, if this was clipping within your mix, then you gotta just dial in your gain staging more from the very beginning of the mix process. Which sometimes, I mean, we just want to control levels going in, balance everything out. And sometimes it's a matter of like turn up your headphones or your monitors, your interface. Um, and yeah, like you're mixing way too hot if this was clipping. So like from here on out, like this is an old session, you were just starting out learning. What I would recommend doing if you are pushing levels to the point where like something like this that is not that loud is clipping, then you're just pushing stuff too hard in your workflow. So what you got to do from here on out is when you start a project, um, crank your monitors, all right, and then mix at and then hit lower targets so that you're still feeling like it's loud in your room and you're not like struggling to push things over each other um, to get loudness and power. It's just like you got to just like organize your workflow a little bit better. Uh, but yeah, basically, as far as this track goes, little more bottom on the kick. Figure out what's up with this 1K thing. Spread everybody out throughout the mid range, 500 to 2K. Everything else is good as far as that control. But then there is a systemic issue here where you just got to start with disciplined gain staging and control from the beginning of your sessions, kind of from here on out. If this old session, if there's just something happening and it's uh you know, lost cause, and yeah, I'm happy that you're great, then that sounds like you're exactly on target. And then just keep on using those good habits and you're going to be great. uh Feel free to send me fresh stuff absolutely whenever. All right, next up, we're going to go ahead and check out this Ivory track. Which is Right Love, is that correct? And folks, if you are watching and wonder what's going on, this is a Ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every day at 6 p.m. Eastern. And you can feel free to send stuff in absolutely whenever to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. It's that email address down there. And then I've got some guidelines scrolling over the top. Please check those out if you're going to send something in. Yeah, that's what's up. This is a fun one. We've got a ton of stuff. Elias, did I get that track? Let me check. It might have come in late. Okay, yeah, I've got that. I'll get to that next. Thanks for reminding me. I would have forgot. Cool. Let's check this out.
Pick up on your cell phone. Too many goodbyes and not enough hellos. Something in your eyes, see I can fall through. More often than not, I've been thinking about you. And you staying on my mind. There ain't too much pressure weighing on me, baby. Do you got time for me? And if not, then make some. Would you even want me round still? After what I did, would you even want me round still? Pick up on yourself. Time just to find out what I really need, what I want, gotta really get the energy. If I'm honest, you ain't nothing but my enemy. We ain't even friends, you just spite me to spite me. Reaching out to you, trying to tell you it's alright to me. You got me confused, starting off you were a pipe dream that blew up in my face when I ventured just to sightsee. And now you're in my way of my emotions and my psyche. I hate you. No, I think I hate myself and this feeling's bittersweet. Mainly you were raising hell while I'm trying to catch a break. You were sitting by your lonesome, now I have to see your face in my dreams. But oh well.
Hey, that's great. This is one of the I always love when you send stuff in, and this is definitely like on a technical level better than everything that you've sent in for the first time before. This is like huge improvements all around. You still got that great vibe, but we definitely have more fidelity and we have more control in the mix, and it is it's just it's better. This is great. Um, okay, so your 30 to 60 is right on the edge of perfect. I would dial it back. It's like on those like sustaining 808s. Just like a dB and a half, 2 dB, just like the tiniest little cut. It's going to open up a lot more room for you for mastering. I just know that it'll run into some issues if it's that hot. I would just pull it back just the tiniest bit, 30 to 60, just a little bit. You shouldn't miss it in the end. It won't feel like it's taken away too much, but it's just going to give you so much on the back end, just a little bit. It's definitely the most controlled that I've seen come in. We're just like almost there. Um, and then that vocoder vocal, it's got some saturation on it. It's a little too much. It just a little. I like the vibe and I like what's happening, but it's definitely like in an environment where you can hear everything and like on high detailed speakers, it's like it's a little too trashy. And this is subjective and this is artistic, but it's like that kind of it's like verging on like nasty distortion instead of like pleasant and warm. So I would just dial that back a couple of clicks if you can on the vocoder vocal. And then overall I would clean up. I can hear some crossfades that are clicking like here and there on some of those chops, and I would go in and do track surgery and just clean up those. We got some click and pops still in there. And I would like fine tooth comb that and look out for that. That's kind of like a systemic thing. Uh, the vocals, on the mix as a whole, we are starting to drop off at 8K a lot. Like it's a pretty big slope there. And like the vocals in general feel buried. Especially the rap at the end. That's like a separate thing. So like vocals throughout, it's kind of like a two birds, one stone thing. We're just like steep drop off after 8K, and then we've got a few things that are just a little bit buried. It would be really easy to throw something on like I would use the Kush Clariphonic, but I know that the Slate Fresh Air is free and it'll get you there too. I would just put something like that on, something that just has like some of that like high end excitement, and I would just put that on the vocal and maybe an element here or there. Just to kind of lift this whole mix, and it's gonna like bring the blanket off of the speakers and so on and so forth. Just a little lift, like the tiniest touch of something like that. Um, and then that rap at the end, it's really focused at like 500. So in addition, it could benefit from some air, but it could also definitely use some like 1 to 1.5K, 1 to 2K on it to get it to cut, because it is not cutting. It's not popping out of the mix at all, and it's too buried. But that's basically it. Super cool track. Just love these like down tempo vibes that you send in. It's always really well arranged, and this is definitely the best mix that I've heard from you so far. So just a few things to tighten up, and it could be really good. Cool. So, folks, this is the Atonuv Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here nightly at 6 p.m. And feel free to send in tracks absolutely any time of day. Send them to that email down there. You can watch the dog cam over there. Guinness is in the background. Check out those rules and regulations scrolling above my head. And yeah, this is it. We're having fun. Elias, I just got a off-stream submission, so I'm going to listen to that real quick and dial that in. And then we're going to check out your track. So I'm going to mute the stream for a couple of minutes after I get this downloaded. And folks, before I mute the stream and do the off-stream stuff, which is always an option to anybody out there, there is a Patreon for this page. It's www.patreon.com/Atonuv. And one of the things that people can do is get a nightly shout out. So we're going to go ahead and do that shout out. Big ol' shout out to Synux, Mason, Tyler, Ian, and Elias. Thank you very, very much. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you all. And coming up in the future, we're going to have some other engineers coming on, and we're going to do like engineering talk live and take a look at stuff that people are doing. And that's going to be cool. The first one of those that I have planned is going to be in probably the end of January. I worked with a very, very cool band. They are Magoo out of Omaha. They recorded everything in their studio setup and did a really good job of like capturing some good, like chunky, raw rock tones. And then they wanted another engineer to mix it to get that fresh perspective. I wound up doing it, and they were a joy to work with. Like perfect engineer-client interactions, and the notes process, the revision process. The record sounds awesome. And the first single is going to come out probably at the end of the month. I'm kind of talking to them about it a little bit. And I thought it would be cool that once they put that single out, they could come on and we could talk about how they made it. We'll kind of go through the mix session like on stream. It's going to be really cool. I am definitely, talking about it every couple hours on stream because I want people to be excited about it. It's going to be really cool. And yeah, that's it. That's stream news. And Ivory, I appreciate you as well. I love hearing what you're working on. It's always great. And then as far as stream news, stream management, there is the YouTube streaming channel, Atonuv Streaming, and that's just always going to host the feedback portion. And then over the next couple of months, I'm starting to work in some like just general studio hangs while I like take care of emails and paperwork and stuff. And also like, you might catch like a mix or synthesizer sampling and stuff like that. And that's going to be on the Twitch so that it doesn't like you can always just go to the streaming page and get replays of mix feedback. But just so you know, you're going to catch just some general stuff on the Twitch every now and then. I did not download this track. So yeah, and if I'm ever just on stream and I'm, sending those emails or doing synthesizer stuff, or what have you, and you catch me, feel free to bounce a mix off of me. I will probably be able to take a listen then as well. Oh, and there's a Discord. Hit me up in the email if you want to join the Discord. There, that's all of the news. Yeah, Ivory, you can send something. Cool. I had a buddy uh, send in something for off stream, and I dealt with it via text. So we're back to the live stuff. So, Fourth Colin, good to see ya. Thanks for stopping by. Um, Ivory, if you want to send in another track, that is awesome. Cool, I see it. Let's go ahead. Let's go. Let's do a little sandwich action. Let's check out Elias's track, and then we'll bounce back to Ivory, if that is cool. Yeah, I say cool a lot. We're 30 to 60, 30 to 60, how to set up your room, and cool. It is I feel like we are getting closer to being a real stream every single day. We've got some memes. We got some jokes. Let's check out this track.
I keep it Mac, yo. Pushing
got
it
you.
back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yo. I'm in a foreign, I'm switching lanes. Baby, I'm boring, making it rain. I'm a young tourist, we didn't stay. Shawty, I'm ballin' when I'm in the pain. Counting up these 50s, man, I'm trying to make it.
This is so much better.
I keep it Mac, yo. Pushing it back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. Pushing it back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. I make it clap. And I get matte black, yo. I be flexing with this money 'cause I made it. Only time I feel alive is when we faded. You don't understand that you was for the taking. So I'll make you mine till I get rich and famous. I'll be running with that thing on me. I'll be vibing with the team slowly. I'm too faded, I can't understand. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. Pushing it back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. Pushing it back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. Pushing it back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. I make it clap. And a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. Pushing it back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. I make it clap. And a Hellcat, matte black, yo. Shawty, she bad. I keep it Mac, yo. I make it clap. And a Hellcat, matte black, yo.
That is loads better. It is better. It like a lot of the weirdness is gone. We are way more dialed in here. I have I think 2 comments. And Zimbio Music, what's up? Nice to have you in. Okay. 2 comments. And they kind of work in conjunction with each other. I would consider, and this is pushing it into artistic, okay, Like, what I absolutely think just slams is like here. This is perfect. This rules. This section, I feel like the lead saw here. It's like one notch too hot. And it's also, so we're on this section, we're pushing average loudness like a couple of it's like it's too louder, okay? It's 2 notches louder. And here's what I would think. If that lead saw came back a click and the brass sample came back 1 click, just like -1 dB, dB and a half, it's still going to pop and it's still going to punch because it is so mid-range focused. And first off, I just think that they, on a personal level, I'm like, they're hitting a little bit hard. And then on a technical level, they are definitely hotter. I would do that in conjunction with slapping a Pultec on the kick and doing like bumping the kick at 60. You've got room for it. I would just give it like 1 nudge up at 60. We're gonna get a more like consistent dynamic range, and the whole thing is gonna just like do the thing. Those 2 moves would have to work in conjunction with each other, or else if we bump up the kick at all, then in those big sections, then we're going to be getting too much action. Yeah, totally. If you want to send something in, feel free. Yeah, and it's that like we're at the razor's edge of this. This is like definitely not prescriptive. It's like try it, and if you hate it, then don't worry about it. But I think that like dial it back 1 and then click 60 up 1, and we're just gonna. I think we'll just have a more consistent low end, and just it'll thump. Yeah, if you want to send something in, this is totally open. People send in stuff that is like really rough. They send in like totally finished things, and everything in between. So absolutely anything you want to send in is cool. Oh, and we have a track from Ivory that we're going to check out while you get that set up. Here is Morning Hues.
Morning sun in my eyes again, I guess it's all that I ever even saw. Outside of us doing our own thing, I'm paying with trips in the fall. I couldn't see what was coming next, but you told me things that I should've guessed. With no pain sideline, but it's still a test. Till my soul running dry, I guess it's what I get. So I'm really just out on my own, I know I'll run dry. This passion of mine, it keeps me alive. The state of my mind, it ain't been alright. Half of the time I'd rather just die. I'm feeling so low, but keep my head high through all of these blows as life moves on by. I'm never gonna fold, I get my grip tight. Shoot for the stars and pray for my life, alright.
super interesting.
Around 17, was doing anything. 4 years later, and I'm falling out of hopes and dreams. You used to tell me back in autumn that I was your dream, and everything I see was in the way you'd look at me. Around 17, was doing anything. 4 years later, and I'm falling out of hopes and dreams. You used to tell me back in autumn that I was your dream, and everything I see was in the way you'd look at me.
Cool. So different than the stuff you sent in before, and it's also just different on a global scale. This is really cool stuff. Um okay, so basically guitar too hot on the strumming, on the chords. It's too hot. It also sounds like it's hitting a limiter funny, over compressed, like just kind of like all in all, I would just back off the processing, like a couple of clicks on the guitar. It is boomy from like 200 to 250. I would shave some of that off, and address that. Vocals are crystal clear. Big boofy kick, and I think it totally works. It's cool. Vocals sound really good. It's all everything that I'm feeling right now is all centered around just dialing that guitar in a little bit. So just like I would say overall on the chords, the finger picking is pretty okay, but I would automate everything or just change it globally and see if it's still cool on the finger picking. But yeah, it's like 200, 250, boomy, too much. All in all, a little bit too much. And I would just back off any sort of compression just a hair. Turn the ratio down, turn the threshold up. Just let it breathe and be a little more natural, especially since it's such a prominent thing in the mix. And then artistically, this is an artistic situation. I would put some bass in there. There's a big old hole from 100 to 200, and I want a bass line to drop on this. Like, and that's not everything has to have everything. I know, but I'm a little bit of a maximalist, and it's just like I was like, come on, drop that bass. But that's if you know, if the artistry is to not do it, then don't. But consider it. But it's awesome. That's a great track. Great sound design. Like all those cool little touches in the middle. I really loved it. Awesome track. All right, folks, if you are just joining in, this is a Ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. You can send in tracks for some top-down mix analysis and feedback. Always feel free to ask questions in chat. That's cool as well. If you've got something that you want to send in, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. And I kindly ask that you check out the guidelines that are scrolling above my head. That would be awesome. And we are going to go ahead and load up the next track from Zimbio Music. They are new to the stream. I'm excited to check out some fresh stuff. Cool. And thanks for the follow. Got to get this loaded.
The city lights never got me going. Never thought I'd be the type to chase a dream. And if I gotta go at it alone, I know the ride will be worth it to me. And everything's out on the table, and there you are. Everything I've wanted is laid out in front of me, but I can't help and think my time with you's too short. So come with me and chase this dream. Small town life won't be forever. They say the other side's where the grass is really green. And if I get on any big jet plane, I want you there by my side to see it. And everything's out on the table. Do you like what you see? And chase this dream. And chase this dream. Come with me and chase this dream.
Okay. I mean, super great vocal, super cool arrangement, lots of really, really, really great stuff here. Like stuff. Obviously, this is very like clean, well arranged pop. It's excellent. The drop chorus needs to get cleaned up, but you started this 3 hours ago, so maybe that's already on your list. But basically, I mean, sidechain is too heavy. I don't want to be pedantic here because clearly you know what you're doing, but I mean, I could go through stuff. I mean, sidechain's too heavy. Bass is occupying everything from 100 on down to 30. Clean up some stuff down there. Let the kick live in the bottom because the kick is all beater and click right now, and it doesn't have any oomph. So we gotta, suck out some energy on bass in the like right around 60 to 80. And then scoot bass into 100 and 200 because there's nothing there in the entire mix, and that's where we're gonna get some like love on like all of the speakers. And then that drop all in all, it lacks punch because there's nothing at 200, and then it's also really, really, really mid-rangey, like between 500 and 1K. to the point where it is not warm. It is just like there's just so everything. It just kind of feels like everything is happening from like 500 to 2K, and there's no extension. So we got to take like bass, scoot it into 100 to 200, give some room for the kick down at the bottom. Consider taking away some of that beater on the kick, and then generally just like get that the sidechain is pumping too hard. And then everything energy-wise is just focused in that 500 to 2K, and it needs to be dispersed. And then you're not gonna feel like you need that much sidechain because everything's gonna be sitting nicely with each other. And then that's basically it. It's really clean, really well written, really well arranged. Like those vocal chops need to move somewhere in space to clean up that mid range. Just kind of like focus on that area of the spectrum, and and it's clipping, so don't do that. And yeah, the verses, the vocal and guitar parts, they're perfect. Like, and that's why I don't want to be too pedantic because that it's literally perfect there. That's just excellent. It sounds amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sending this in. Really, 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 great stuff. After you clean it up, it's like solid gold pop hit. Awesome. Oh, cool, Elias. That's awesome. If you want to send it in, you can. I'd love to hear it. And okay, awesome. If you're doing like future bass and stuff, this is like you analyzed the thing and then you did the thing. It's really good. I mean, this is like if I was shopping for like $6 apples at a Brooklyn bodega, this would pop on and I'd go like, it's the thing. So yeah, you did it. You just got to clean up the choruses, and it's the thing. Uh, I'd love to hear your future based stuff. I mean, that's what I like. I do like everything. So, but yeah, that rules. This rules. Love being here, y'all. Um, This is a Ton of Open Studio. This is a nightly mix feedback live stream. We start at 6 p.m. Eastern every day. I'm Scott. You can always feel free to send stuff in. The email address is down here. There are some guidelines up there. Please check those out before you send stuff in. And yeah. That's what's up, y'all. Elias, so this is why I was making those suggestions. It was hitting the limiter a little, like it depends on what your target loudness is. It's like if you're going for like that maximum like Skrillex loud -7 RMS, the choruses were hitting there, and then the rest of it was hanging around like -9. So with those couple of adjustments, I think that it's going to be hitting like probably like -8 on those choruses, and I would say that it'd be fine. And your dynamic range was always clean. So yeah, I wouldn't say that it was hitting the limiter too hard. I think that it was on the verge of hitting the limiter too hard. Uh, Zimbia, would it be possible to send me a file or make this SoundCloud link downloadable? It's a pain in the butt to route stuff through like the software and the streaming and all that. I've tried to do it a couple of times and it sounds bad. Ah, it's all good. All right, I'll take a look. Yeah, that's a file. Dang, real cool. My number one concern is your clipping. Uh, so dial in a true peak limiter, it's sometimes true peaks don't matter. Sometimes it's intersample peaks, but I can hear it. I can hear it clipping in an uncomfortable way. I would just dial that back. Your loudness is dialed in. You've got really healthy dynamic range, which is hard to achieve on things that are like, this is like nice and bass heavy and, you know, driven by bass, and you are accomplishing like so many of the really, really like fine detail loudness dial-ins really good, but it's got that clipping. So if you just pop like the fab filter at the end of it, you're gonna clean that up. So that's mostly what I'm feeling could you know get cleaned up. And I would consider again, it's interesting because it's kind of like similar to the last one that you sent in. You've got some room to add a little love on that bass in the 100 to 200 region. Just a little. Like I would like take out. I would kind of. I would do like a really gentle smoothing here. I'm talking about like 1 dB, 2 dB back from 60 to 100, and then like 1 to 2 dB up from 100 to 200 on that bass. And then, I mean, it's just going to like fill out that bottom end a little bit more. You're going to be able to get more bass. And also you're going to get more universal playback on a variety of systems. I would consider it. I would give it a try. Yeah. Love the track. All right, y'all. If you are just joining in, this is Atonuv Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every night starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then sometimes off and on throughout the day on the Twitch channel, doing various studio things, playing with synthesizers, sending emails, just kind of hanging out, me and my dogs in the studio. If you've got a track that you want me to take a look at, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. Just kindly follow the guidelines scrolling above my face. And yeah, we are here every day. It's been super cool. Today's been a really good one. We've had like just constant stuff. There's usually a degree of downtime, but I'm, you know, I love this, y'all. Elias, I'll check out that revision. All right. Revision 4. Let's take a listen. Yeah, Symbio, thanks for coming by. It was awesome to have you.
Pushing it back. In a Hellcat matte black, I'm in a foreign, I'm switching lanes. Baby, I'm pouring, making it rain. I'm a young tourist, we didn't stay. Shawty, I'm ballin' when I'm in the pain. Counting up these cities, man, I'm tryna make it now. I'm gonna stay in the booth and I'm spitting this fire. I go 100 rounds, staying lit, I'm going crazy. Yeah, they cannot see the vision, they be blinded. She came into me the way when I had only me, call that shit perfect timing. Shawty, she back. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. I make it clap, clap, clap. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. I be flexing with this money 'cause I made it. Only time I feel alive is when we faded. You know from the stuff that you was for the taking. So I'll make you mine till I get rich and famous. I'll be running with that thing on me. I'll be vibing with the team slowly. I'm too faded, I can't understand. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad.
All right, I'm going to be really, 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 really nitpicky.
Pushing it back, back, back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah.
Next time it drops.
Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. Pushing it back, back, back. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. Pushing it back, back, back.
Massive.
In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. I make it clap, clap, clap. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah.
All right, it's too heavy on the right there.
In a Hellcat,
Specifically on the right side on that synth right there.
bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah. I make it clap, clap, clap. In a Hellcat, matte black, yeah. Shawty, she bad, bad, bad. I keep the Mac, 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 yeah.
I mean, we're talking about micro picking at this point. But yeah, it's that like lead thing right there. It's like a degree too hot, maybe, but it's like certainly it pulls too heavy because it's so mid-rangey that it's just pulling the entire mix over to that side. Like generally speaking, if we're gonna overrepresent like in that area, we want it like pushed out into the air. And that is just so focused in that like 500 to 1K region that it is just pulling my attention away from like Phantom Center. And I just want to keep the vibe. Yeah. It's a combination. It's like a combination of factors. It's like, it's really hot in that like 500 to 1K. So it's going to be like, it's going to overrepresent itself wherever it is. So it's hot in the mid range and it's hot in volume and then it's panned a little bit. So with a combination of those factors, it's just, it's pulling too far to that side. So I would bring it back a little bit in the mix and, I would bring it back in the mix. I would consider, the brass, it's like, it's almost dialed in. I would consider bringing it back another notch. I would also consider like giving it some love at like 200. Because it just feels like we're losing like a little bit too much when it happens. It's a little empty. And that's like, it's those two sounds that I just don't love. And I'm being this picky because I think that everything else just bangs. It's so good. And then like, yeah, it's that little bit of 60 on the kick and it just does it. It does the heartbeat. It does the thing. It's like exactly perfectly dialed in. It's those two elements that I just don't love those. Everything else is incredible, and it's like that is I could walk into any club it makes me want to go walk into clubs again, and I'm going to feel the feelings of walking into a club. I'm there. It's great. I love it. Those two sounds got to get dialed in. It's too far out to the one side, and it's just too hot, and it's specifically hot in the mid-range. It might be over compressed. It feels a little hyped. It feels a little it's not hitting. It's hard to over compress brass, in all honesty. Like, you can just throw it at a compressor all day. What oh, the bass. Which I don't hate the bass. I like the top half of the kick sandwich. I'm like, let me dial in. Nah, I love it. I like that it's not. See, I like that it's not moving that much. I like that it's like really. I like that it's very, very static there, because it's like it's holding the whole thing down, especially because it's a really, really busy mix up top and it has a lot of mid-range and upper mid-range elements. It's like I want that 100 to 200 to just be a constant thing that holds this mix down, because we are on the verge of it feeling hyped. So yeah, keep that thing pinned. Yeah. Yeah, it's like it is very present, but within the overall like feel for the mix as a whole, that's where we're at. And yeah, a little fresh bit of objectivity is always good. Let's dial in those two sounds and then call it good. 'Cause like everything else just absolutely does its job. It feels great. It's like that I mean, basically what happens for me as the listener, it's like this part. This rules. Like, this whole section just like sounds absolutely pro. And then from the moment that I hear that brass hook, it's too hot and it sounds empty and it sounds weird. And I think it's just too hot, and it needs to just sit better. That sound I don't love, and then I don't love. I don't love that one. Dial in those two sounds, and then like take a nap, because you're good. You fixed it. This was nowhere near this good just 48 hours ago. Cool. Take care, dude. All right, y'all. This is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. We start this stream at 6 p.m. Eastern every day. We just went from 6 to 8:30. We just did 2.5 hours of like absolutely nonstop stuff, which is kind of like a record for this stream. We usually spend a little bit of time just hanging out with the dog. So let's go ahead. Let's turn that dog cam on. Yeah, back to dog cam. So, if you want to send in a track, I'm going to go ahead and hang out for another little bit because it's been really awesome today, so why stop? Feel free to send in stuff to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. It is right down there. Please read the guidelines that are scrolling up top of the screen, if you would. And yeah, feel free to ask questions in chat, so on and so forth. This is our first break of the day. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Send it on in. Oh, what's up, Sean? Good to see you in the stream. Cool. Great. I will get that loaded up.
I can go on and on again. How many times did I make amends? Yeah. The honey set slowly through the night. My mind can't settle. Maybe I should close my eyes. I don't wanna wake up. 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 Woke up from another one, here we go again. Nothing ever changes as tomorrow starts creeping in. I use my pain tough medicate, that shit don't do no favors for you. Like Tyson 80 proof, knock me out. All
my friends turn into enemies. I wear my demons on my sleeve and I could never run away. Hey. Overstimulated, you should know to fuck with me, no self-control. You don't know what's in my brain. I don't wanna wake up. I don't wanna wake up. I don't wanna wake up.
Yeah, Ivory, go ahead and send it in.
I'm driving in circles, I'm yearning to crash. I've lost my directions, I'm not going back. I wear different faces, I'm used to these masks. These days go in circles, they all feel the same. I'm more than the nightmares, I've seen better days. Let me go slowly into the night. I don't wanna wake up. 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 But I don't wanna wake up. 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 Hey, I don't wanna wake up.
All right, couple of things to dial in. Cool song, really, really, lots of good stuff within it. Okay, there is one major issue, and that is the end of the track. This big old sausage right here. Basically all of the other choruses and drops and everything, they were right on the edge of, like, to the point where I was like, yeah, this is still okay. It was like basically those moments were hitting like Skrillex style loudness, which is about where, like, when clients send in something for a master, I'm like, this is probably where we should stop. As far as loudness. So I was like, I was checking it out. I'm like, yeah, totally. This is cool. This is cool. This is like loud. It's good. But this ending, we are pushing into the absolute like danger zone. We're just like red, 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 red everywhere. Dynamic range is 1. We're hitting like -3 RMS. It's crazy. It's way too loud, and it's to the point where it sounds bad, like on a system. It's like I can feel it just crunching into itself, so that's just like subjectively like, meh, that's not great. And then it's going to kill you on the back end. You're going to get loudness penalized, and you're going to get your track turned down, basically. Which normally it's not like that big of a deal. Like, in all honesty, you can get away with a lot, but this is so pushed, you're gonna get the big bad turn down on a lot of stuff. So, that is the danger zone of this track. You would want to dial everything back so that the loudest moment. And so then this turns into a mixing thing. It's like this ending is like double loud as all of the choruses. So you have to make the decision, is the final product where So, I mean, basically, like what I think would happen, like you would want to set, your final limiter so that this ending is, it would become as loud as the choruses are now. But then what you're going to find is if you set your mix this way, so if you set your limiter this way, I bet you're going to feel like the emotional quiet sections are too quiet and the choruses aren't loud enough. So that means that this is a mix issue. So what you would want to do is kind of cut the difference all in all in the dynamic arc of the song. Basically, maybe make beef up the choruses a little bit and then cut way back on flooding stuff in on this outro. And you're going to have to wrangle your mix harder in the mix stage rather than trying to do it in the master. Because if this got tossed through and this ending was hitting at the target volume, then everything else is going to feel like way too quiet, probably. So that's like a master issue, which pushes back on the mix. Got to push those differently. So that's the biggest takeaway on this, and then there's a couple of things. This is and then to push back on the very beginning as far as dialing something in, there's like a degree of kind of popping Fs on the vocal sometimes, and that's going to be just mic technique, get your mic positioned. I'm not sure what mic you're using, but basically it just sounds like we're getting some hints of plosives and extra information, and that is getting into the mic, it's getting into the recording. It's not really going to be fixable in the mix in a transparent way, and you're going to want to adapt your mic technique a little bit. Let's see. So, there's that, and then just going through. This sounds really pro, this section.
I can go on and on again. How many times did I make amends? The honey said slowly.
There's a lot of air on this vocal, a lot of stuff over 8K, and it's pushing into, it's right on the edge of any more, and it's definitely too much, but I feel like it could also have a little bit less, and it would still float over top and have that air and edge. It's just right on the edge of a little much.
Through the night, my mind can't settle. Maybe I should close my eyes. I don't wanna wake up. I don't wanna wake up.
Okay, so that speaks to, okay, if we are mastering ourselves, we want to exercise good mastering etiquette. And basically, if you are automating your master, then it means that the mix isn't how you want it. Ideally, in a really, 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 really good mastering session, which is what I aim for, it's pushing back on the mix to the point where an album can go through a master chain without anything getting touched from song to song and moment to moment. So what we would want is for all of these levels and everything in the mix to be set so that it's impactful, so that it doesn't get crammed into the limiter at the end. If you want the end to feel bigger, then it's got to be bigger in the mix. The very, very short answer is yeah. the thing is that like depending on if you're looking like integrated LUFS and like so on and so forth, what you're gonna want to look at is the fact of the matter is because of this moment is pushed to just way beyond anything. The robot is gonna go like turn down, and that's where you're at. And it also it's to like this moment, it audibly is like not on like it makes the speakers not move and it sounds kind of bad at that last end. So there's still a technical issue because it's you might get away with a few things, but it's like literally twice as loud as like some dubstep stuff. If you want to share your track, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com and just please take a look at the ticker scrolling above my head. And like looking at like loudness as perceived volume, like average volume over a given time, we're gonna get a better picture sometimes on these like these moments of a track, because when it's crunching up this big and it's constricting the dynamic range to this degree, it's actually going to come across as quieter than a track that's sitting at a lower average volume but with greater dynamic range. So you're trying to get something, but you're actually getting less of it. Yeah, I mean it's so like, and that's the thing. If you want this ending to be huge, then it's got to be huge in the mix, not huge in the master. And that is always the thing. Like that is the thing. That's like why like a great mastering engineer is going to do that and like push back on the mix to like get that desired thing. We can't get big volume, big sound, big loudness doesn't come from the limiter going squishy squish. It comes from having a mix where everything is dialed in. And it's like if we went through the mix on that end, and it's honestly hard to evaluate because of how it's just like shoving into itself, but it's like basically we would want to really carefully like spread things out, have things build throughout the frequency spectrum as things come in and out, so that we're going to achieve maximum impact whenever stuff comes in. And then the other thing, so there's also just that mic technique thing, like just dialing in that mic so that we get less of those plosives. It's like weird on Fs. That could also be you might be leaning really hard on a de-esser, which it would point to like some microphone stuff at the beginning of everything. But sorry, I got caught up in loudness. That's like my number one concern, but like basically like this section sounds great with the like probably that microphone stuff, and then there is just like we're bordering on too much air on the vocal. Okay, that guitar, it's like it doesn't match up with the quality of the rest of the track. It's like it's too roomy, it's too boxy, and it stands out as something like we go from like this sounds like radio. Sounds like garage. and I would just like I would basically go like different guitar tone, stereo guitars, like keep it pop. And then right there where everything's in, we don't have a great degree of low end definition or separation. It's kind of like it's like bass, kick, and guitar are all sharing just kind of this nebulous band of low end blobs, and on like a pop mix or a pop rock mix or a pop punk mix, we would just have clear delineated chunks of information. It's like trying to pick kick, bass, guitar out of a lineup from 30 to 200. It's like there's just not enough happening in that separation, which is going to point to later in the track when you're trying to build everything. If you could have a more solid foundation of definition from 30 to 200, you're going to feel like there's more space on your track. You're going to feel better about the mix, and you're not going to resort to as much like crushing. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily too much reverb on the guitar. It's just like I would just go about it. I mean, I would just like if that was the tone, I would like, you know, really, really edgy, like high fizz distortion stuff. Like I would want to at least do like multiple takes of it, you know, spread it out, get some different stuff, widen it out. It's just like, it's really, really direct, and it's very, very focused at like 500. So it's boxy and it's small. It just, I mean, you know, I don't want to like belabor it. It's just not, it doesn't stand up to the rest of a track. The rest of it sounds like guitar tones that are just like dialed in, and I really like them. And then that one stands out. I'm like, it just it overrepresents itself a little bit. And I'm being so picky at this point. I know I'm being picky. Okay. But that's the thing. So yeah, like bass is just kind of like just existing from 30 to 200. Kick doesn't have anywhere to live. And then guitars are extending like below 200. And then that's just all adding up into just kind of just a pulsing low end thing that doesn't have separate guys living in it.
Here we go again, nothing ever changes as tomorrow starts creeping in. I use my pain self medicate, that shit don't do no.
Yeah, so this vocal is really, really, it's boxy. It's focused between 500 and 1K. We would want some edge between 1K and 2K. But again, it sounds like it's got some S-ing issues and some, and a lot of mouth click is in it, which is probably why you cut 1 to 2K. So like totally makes sense. But you would want to fix that at the source and get a better vocal take so that you can push 1 to 2K so that it can cut in the mix. Yeah, and then we did that. The lead, your voice is great, really powerful. Yeah, and then same thing. And then for personal reference, like that right there, This section is pushing into what I would call like we are right on the edge of like this is about as much as we should push this. We are getting moments of super constricted dynamic range, but we could live with that at the end of the day. But then further on, then the dynamic range is just pinned, and we're going to get like some less than optimal results. Oh, cool. And we got another one from Ivory. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pop in Ivory's track. Ivory is still here. And Sean, if you have any more like specific questions, I'm happy to answer. Cool, Ivory, I'm going to check it out. Yeah, so main thing to take away is like, yeah, try not to do any automation on your master. Like, that is generally pointing towards something that should be addressed in the mix. If you feel like you have to, you push the limiter really hard. Mic, like, your microphone is giving you some issues, and you know, with like some S-ing and stuff. And if you can address that in the recording rather than trying to fix it in the mix, you will get a better mix. And then the low end, 30 to 200, is not as well defined as it could be. Yeah, I mean, I would, yeah, the SM7B, the foam works pretty well. It's hard to say because, and it might not, it just, like, the SM7B is a great microphone. Now, it is like, its intended purpose is a broadcast mic, you know? I mean, it's for NPR, it's for getting, like, right on it. And it works great because it has, like, big room cancellation, and it can work for people if they're in, like, untreated spaces. That's pretty cool. But where we get issues is that it really functions best if you are just, like, eating it. So it's going to pick up a lot of mouth clicking. It's going to pick up a lot of S's and, like, weird stuff. And you have to have it so it doesn't fit every single singing voice and singing style. As much as I love the SM7B and, like, I put it on people all the time, but sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it is not the right tool for the job because of those issues, because it, like, you got to crank it with gain. It's really sensitive. It's going to pick up a lot of just, like, mechanical noise from the mouth. And, like, it works best on people with, like, immaculate vocal control and people that can, like, project and get, like, that power. Like, you know, I mean, famously, the SM7B was the Michael Jackson mic on Thriller. And it's like, you got it, you know, it's kind of got to be like a Michael Jackson voice. And, like, you got to be able to be far enough away and project and, like, not get all of that extra shit in the mic. And it's not the mic for every single voice. You could try swapping out the pop filter and see if you get better results. But there's kind of like a host of issues happening there. And you can hear it in the recording. It's like it's got a lot of that mechanical noise in the vocal, and that's like it's causing some mixed decisions later on that are ultimately like taking away from getting the vocal to cut. But yeah, in summation, it's loudness stuff, low end vocal recording. All right, Ivory, let's check out this track.
Fuck. Alright. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. Turn the gain down just a little bit, yeah. It's more than a feeling, I'm feverish. I'm feeling sick to my stomach. I wish I could see you and really get closer and tell you the things that I've really been thinking in. I'm off in a dream again. The state of my being, I see all the scenes of us getting stronger. Ain't nothing's weak except me in the weeks when I'm longing for shit that I'll get under weak. And I'm never as honest, I dealt with my problems. I felt like a burden inside of a coffin. So insecure and inside my own thoughts. Everything I heard, exactly what I wanted, I got it. So I can complain when they tell me I'm not being modest. Too busy on music and projects to worry about whoever's talking. Not worrying about all the times I worry so often. I used to worry so often. All that liquor in me talking. All that wishing in me wanting you. All these pictures that I got, yeah. All these pictures that I got of you. All these pictures that I got, yeah.
Baggage on my shoulders, understand you got some too. Tryna make things right for all the shit I put you through. You looking so fine tonight, hair up with the boots. Girl, you got it all and there ain't nothing left to prove. Baggage on my shoulders, understand you got some too. Tryna make things right for all the shit I put you through. You looking so fine tonight, hair up with the boots. Girl, you got it all and there ain't nothing left to prove.
There ain't no shortcut to home. I put my feelings in stone. I wish that you and I could get together alone. A room for the two of us, stupid enough to get reckless. Pretend we ain't doing no wrong. Moving along to these slow jams, hold hands, slow dance. This is what romance is, and I can't sit still cause you're so damn fine and you're so on mine. Something to say, can you close your eyes? Don't be afraid to have both hands tied, cause mine are too. And I know you're the type to not get locked down, and I hope that I'm right for you. All of the time that I spent up all night with you. Yeah, baby, let's not pretend that this shit isn't right for us.
Baggage on my shoulders, understand you got some too. Tryna make things right for all the shit I put you through. You looking so fine tonight, hair up with the boots. Girl, you got it all and there ain't nothing left to prove. Baggage on my shoulders, understand you got some too. Tryna make things right for all the shit I put you through. You looking so fine tonight, hair up with the boots. Girl, you got it all and there ain't nothing left to prove. I don't wanna stay, I don't wanna stay. Staying up too late, ooh, oh, oh. Tell me what you think, I've been thinking, no. I don't think you know, ooh, oh, oh.
Dang, dude. Coming through with the vibes again. That is I love that track. That is good stuff. Basically, I think you mentioned that it's like rough from a little bit ago. Let me just check chat. Yeah, so if you're gonna add more vocals, so basically the mix is really scoopy from like 1 to 3K. So if you're going to add vocals, get some vocals that can really get some edge on, and fill out that part. It's kind of like asking for it right in there. So that could just solve your problem right there. So yeah, 1 to 3K, little bit bare on the mix, and then you've got these like very, very, very live drums, very live, very loose, which feels really good. But definitely get some room down below for that kick to live, because we got like a pretty big boofy kick. So bass needs to get tightened up a little bit. Bass and kick are fighting for 60, and I would let the kick have 60 in this case, because it's like super live and it's just going to sound the best right around there. And then 100 to 200, once again, we could definitely just toss some bass in there. It's a little bit underpowered in the mix, so just shove your bass into that region and it'll smooth it out and it'll let the kick breathe, and then you're going to have you'll have your low end dialed in at that point. Just mostly, what a cool track. I'm gonna back into it a little bit.
On the road for the two of us, stupid enough to get reckless, pretend we ain't doing no wrong. Moving along to these slow jams, hold hands, slow dance. This is what romance is, and I can't sit still, cause you're so damn fine and you're so on mine. Something to say, can you close your eyes? Don't be afraid to have both hands tied, cause mine are too, and I know you're the type to not get locked down, and I hope that I'm right for you. All of the time that I spent up all night with you, yeah, baby. Let's not pretend that this shit isn't right for us.
Baggage on my shoulders, understand you got some too. Trying to make things right for all the shit I put you through. You looking so fine tonight.
Yeah, thank you. This is great. Yeah, let's get more definition on that bass. It's just 2 down in the dumps. Let the kick breathe. Get some stuff going on in 1 to 3K to just lift this whole thing up. And then I wouldn't touch a thing. This rules.
Staying up too late. Ooh, oh, oh. Tell me what you think. I've been thinking, no, I don't think you know. Ooh, oh, oh.
All right, folks, if you are watching, this is Atonuv Open Studios. I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We have been just going track for track for track for track for almost 3 hours now. This is one of those really, really, really good nights here on stream. So if you have something that you want me to take a look at, feel free to send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. Please read the procedures and rules and regulations up above, and those the drum sounds at the end are sweet. Right on. Giving out the secret sauce. And back to dog cam. Cool, send it on in. Awesome. I'm excited to hear it, Ivory. Okay, cool. New one from Jer. Puppet. And yeah, you're totally new to the whole thing. All right, let's check this out.
Do you want me to rhyme? Maybe sing it, tell a joke. I'ma give it to you. You get anything you want. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. I'm your puppet. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. I'm your puppet. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. Cause I'm looking for your loving. Bitch, you ain't giving me nothing. And it's crushing me, I'm crumbling. I'm a whole damn mess. Got the whole fam stressed. Cause I'm so anxious and a little bit depressed. Y'all think this is a phase? Fuck it. But it's just a shame. That's how I'm about to get paid. Fuck it. That's what you hate. Get out my way. I'm right away. Fuck it. Like every day and I'll do anything you say. Fuck it. What do you say? Do you want me to rhyme? Maybe sing it, tell a joke. I'ma give it to you. You get anything you want. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. I'm your puppet. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. I'm your puppet. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. Cause I'm looking for your loving. Bitch, you ain't giving me nothing. And it's crushing me, I'm crumbling. I'm a whole damn mess. Got the whole fam stressed. Cause I'm so anxious and a little bit depressed.
I wanna know what you want from me.
Fuck it.
I'm not just an oddity, I'm an anomaly that's on an odyssey.
Fuck it.
And honestly, I can do just about any and everything audibly.
Fuck it.
So please start applauding these creative offerings that I've been slaughtering.
Fuck it.
Share, like, and follow me.
Do you want me to rhyme? Maybe sing it,
Share,
tell
like,
a
and follow
joke.
me.
I'ma give it to you. You get anything
Share, like,
you
and follow me.
want. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. I'm your puppet. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. I'm your puppet. I'm like, fuck it, I'm your puppet. Cause I'm looking for your loving. Bitch, you ain't giving me nothing. And it's crushing me, I'm crumbling. I'm a whole damn mess. Got the whole fam stressed. Cause I'm so anxious and a little bit depressed. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm your puppet.
Okay, all in all, that was a lot better than the other one. What we are still dealing with is an abundance of low end. We're talking like 20 to 60, just way blown up. It basically, in my room, and this would be like the consumer who cares model. It sounds like I'm in a car stereo, like cheap car subs. And basically my room is tuned to not sound like that. So it's too much in that 20 to 60, totally normal. Everything else really dialed in frequency-wise. Mid-range, low mids, everything. So all I would do is take like that 808 and just pull it back like 3-4 dB. And then you're going to be, which, like you could set that as your target. And then you could kind of use it as an internal reference on all of your stuff. It's just got to get just pull it back, especially 30 to 60. Everything else feels pretty good. Great song. Feels great. I like it. Whatever you're doing for mastering, it is not cutting the mustard. It's just nowhere near loud enough. But like if it's an automated mastering thing or whatever, It could be because it's so flooded from 30 to 60, it's like programmed to maintain dynamic range, which is like true. That is what you would want. But basically, it's just nowhere near as loud as it should be. And that's where we're at. That's like all I would say. The vocals sound great, the samples sound great, beat sounds great, everything sounds great. Everything's like really dialed in on this mix, with the exception of the low end, and it's not loud enough. And other than that, I wouldn't necessarily change a thing. And let's check out this next Ivory track. All right, open space. Oh, right now. Yeah, pretty unvarnished honesty on the Atonuv stream.
I don't wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I don't wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah. Hey, fuck the rest, only family crest, rap like a motherfucking trophy now. Motherfuckers try to hold down, homies see it splitting, they overwhelmed. Homies dropping, I ain't tripping, still got a city on lockdown. How y'all let me make beats and mess around, now I got the whole sound. Oh lordy, I can't afford another fake friend, got some loose ends. Cut them off and we make amends, don't associate with them dividends. People only talk about it though, I've been working, no doubt about it, ho. I ain't talk about moves I'm making, so I've been steady making moves in silence, so visionary, I ain't never gonna back down, you better never come around me when I hand out. Look, I've been in the books, booing up a style, gonna leave the die shook. Well versed, overlooked on sight, how it be right. Homies trying to put up a facade, I can see right through, they ain't no fooling me. All y'all rappers just fools with me. Hey, God bless, yeah. I ain't been impressed with the rest, I've been working every day in the studio, making beats, sell few, need stacks, so I'm moving the silence with the crew, speaking louder than the noise, I'm just telling you, damn, hope you really understand. I've been at this for a minute, and I'ma get it how I can. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah. Knew that I've been had it since a youngin'. People fighting over ego and pride. Knew that I had to go and get it.
So good.
Know that they looking at me from the side. I seen them was fighting like over nothing. I see them looking, yeah, all of them eye me. I cannot do it if it ain't nothing. Yeah, I know that my boys, they will never lose sight of me. Why you looking at me from over there? I've been about this for a couple years. You know me, I'm finna take it anywhere. I done hit the status that y'all fear. People wanna talk, like they in the feel. People wanna talk, knowing I'm aware. I've been in the books, plus I'm working on myself, and I don't mess with y'all, I'm with the mirror. Don't act like you acting up, and you act like you masking tough. God knows why you lying about where you actually from. I'm on a mission to make it, I risk it, I've had enough. I don't got no time and I know it. I don't got the cash, but that's the blow it. I don't need a mask for my motives. I made it pretty clear on where I'm going, no. Visionary, I ain't never looking back though. I'll never slow, but I know they wanna see it though. Turn the lights down, swear y'all need a pipe down. Bring the height down, gotta get a light right now. Yeah, hey, lights out. I done hit top, now you want me to drop me to save out one first time and to shine that work day and night just to get a light right now. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah, hey. Yeah, hey.
Man, I love hip hop, but I'm never I'm always hesitant to say I love hip hop because it's almost never that good. Uh, I mean, just just great. That made my day. I love that track. Um, it's so clean. It's so good. Everywhere above 100 hertz. Okay, we'll just pull up the meme and just roll camera. But basically, it's too blown up between 30 and 60. Clean that up. At the end, you've got like a sub 808 that's like peaking at 16, and there's just no reason that should exist at all. Like basically, we want like in like hard EDM world, it's like we'll cut off everything at like 20, and like some people are like pushing 18. But like that 16 hertz thing, that's just doing nothing, and that's just gonna eat up stuff. So just like high pass some stuff. Brick wallet at 16. That's just weird. Clean that up. 30 to 60. Take that down. We got like that. It's like really heavy there to the point, like, again, we're getting kind of like a cheap car sub thing going. So I would pull that down, even it out up to 60, and then do a little bit of that from 60 to 100. And then if you find that it's not bassy enough, take that 808 and give it some presence from 100 to 200. If it's still not cutting through enough, then do the excitation at like 700 so that it translates well on all systems. But this track rules. Dial it into like more of an industry standard in that region, and just better define your low end and make sure that it's present in the like low mids, 100 to 200, so that it translates universally. And then, I mean, this should be a hit. Like if we were in a like wonderful perfect world, this would be a hit. It rules. I love it when like every single MC was on point. Actually, like there were no rough moments. It was excellent. So good. Fix that one thing and you're good to go. All right, y'all. This is a ton of open studio. It's been a spectacular night here. We've gone through a bunch of tracks from some regulars and a fair amount of new people. It's been really cool. We've heard a lot of stuff that just rules. This is like I listen to music all day. I'm a mastering engineer. And I do this because I just like really, really love like the idea of like open source information and the internet and streaming and like making myself available to do this. So that's why I do it. But also I do it because this is some of the best music I hear all week, just from beginning to end. There's something about people that are just like into getting like really, really in-depth feedback. I think you all just take it really seriously, and you're putting stuff out that's just like really good. And that's like why I'm doing it. That's why I'm having a great time. I am on Instagram. It's a ton of underscore mastering. I sometimes post a pic there. Cool. Elias is back. I'm still here. It's been a really, really great. Tonight has been a really, really good one. I'm going to play that last Ivory track again because it rules. and we'll see. I'm on like 3.5 hours of streaming at this point, so if anyone has something that they want me to take a look at, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. There are some rules and regulations scrolling up top. If anyone comes in, then we're going to keep on going. But also, maybe we're winding down. We're going to see what happens. But I'm going to play that track again and just see if some stuff comes in. Really just made my day. Yeah, Elias, I will absolutely take a listen.
I don't wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I don't wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah. Hey, fuck the rest, only family crest, rap like a motherfucker trophy now. Motherfuckers trying to hold down, homies seeing splitting, they overwhelmed. Homies dropping, I ain't tripping, still got a city on lockdown. How y'all let me make beats and mess around, now I got the whole sound. Oh lordy, I can't afford another fake friend, got some loose ends. Cut them off and we make amends, don't associate with them dividends. People only talk about
so
it,
good.
Working, no doubt about it, ho. I ain't talk about moves, I'm making so. I've been steady making moves in silence, so. Visionary, I ain't never gonna back down, you better never come around me when I hand out look. I've been in the books, booing up a style, gonna leave the die shook. Well versed, overlooked on sight, how it be right. Homies trying to put up a facade, I can see right through, they ain't no fool me. All y'all rappers just fools to me. Hey, God bless, yeah. I ain't been impressed with the rest, I've been working every day in the stew, making beats, sell few, need stacks, so I'm moving the silence with the crew, speaking louder than noise, I'm just telling you, damn, hope you really understand. I've been at this for a minute, and I'ma get it how I can. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah. Knew that I've been had it since a youngin'. People fighting over ego and pride. Knew that I had to go and get it from them. Know that they looking at me from the side. I seen them boys fighting like over nothing. I see them looking, yeah, all of them eye me. I cannot do it if it ain't nothing. Yeah, I know that my boys, they will never lose sight of me. Why you looking at me from over there? I've been up at this for a couple years. You know me, I finna take it anywhere. I'd hit the status that y'all fear. People wanna talk, like they in the field. People wanna talk, knowing I'm aware. I've been in the books, plus I'm working on myself, and I don't mess with y'all up with the mirror. Don't act like you acting up, and you act like you're masking tough. God knows why you lying about where you actually from. I'm on a mission to make it, I risk it if had enough. I don't got no time and I know it. I don't got the cash, but that's the blow it. I don't need a mask for my motives. I made it pretty clear on where I'm going, no. Visionary, I ain't never looking back though. I'll never slow, but I know they wanna see it though. Turn the lights down, swear y'all need to pipe down. Bring the height down, gotta get a light right now. Yeah, hey, lights out. I done hit top, now you want me to drop me to save out one first time and to shine out. Work day and night just to get a light right now. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah, hey.
Yeah, folks should definitely work with each other on here. Man, it's so good. Yeah, Ivory, it is so cool. You're just doing so much stuff, like huge depth of work coming from all angles, and then just to drop that absolute, like, perfect, like, old school, and like, as everyone knows, I'm a little bit old, so it's like, it's got like that Talib Kweli precision, like that's like kind of where I begin and end like Black Star, and then the Most Def like Black in Both Sides. Uh, that's like what I actually like, um, and that just hits like every single box for me. This stuff is so good. Yeah, and Jerry, you're just like coming out. You're 3 months into production, and like your hooks are absolutely great, and like that last track, with an exception of just like a couple of mixed things, like from 30 to 60, uh, is a really really solid mix. So everyone here is great. Yes, absolute legend, and it's like for me, it's been, it's like 20 years since I've heard a track that like is just hitting on that level. It's really good. Like that should honestly be just like record deal like right there. That track is insane. Uh it's so good. Yeah. This stream rules. Y'all are so great. Uh it's crazy. Like we're at like I don't know, a dozen tracks today, and they're all really, really, really good. This is insane. Yeah, Jared, it's great to have you here. Definitely, come back anytime. Share the link around. Sometimes we don't have a lot going on stream. Not gonna lie. Sometimes it's just me checking some email. All in all, so I really appreciate when people share the link, and then that is what's been really cool about this in general is because it's really built off of like people sharing the link. It's kind of like minds keep popping into stream. It's people who care about what they're doing with their music, and it's keeping the vibes really good. We listen to good stuff all day. Um, so yeah, come back, hang out anytime, bring some more people. Yes, I've resended another for sure. That's insane. How big is your discography at this point? That's insane. That's awesome. You and your cousin are doing really, really cool stuff. I'll check out your Spotify, But I mean, seriously, like, I mean, I would say what you got to do is there's just like I'm seeing like some universal like cleanup that could happen on a lot of your tracks. If you just clean those up and balance them out, um, focus on like, 12 tracks and just get them absolutely punched up. Uh, you're sitting on like the goods. I would, cool. And I got another track from Elias. Um, Big drop at 8K. Trying to fix it. Not sure if it's been overdone. So let's just definitely listen for that. All right, y'all. If you are just popping in, this is the Atonuv Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here at 6 p.m. Eastern every day. People could send stuff in to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. Just take a look at the scrolling rules above my face. That's Guinness down there. And yeah, really cool to be here. Really, really cool to hear all this stuff. We're about to check out another track. Yeah, if you could make that SoundCloud link downloadable. Otherwise, it's just like, unfortunately, a pain in the butt on my end. All right, Elias, let's check out this track.
You made me cry myself to sleep, thinking about these bullets I could eat. And now I'm haunted, so haunted. You haunt me in my dreams.
Yeah, I am haunted, but I cannot bring you back. You're too daunting, my life crazy. I am flying, I got cash that I am flaunting. But when I close my eyes, I just see you in my rear view, and I'm running for my life.
I've been chasing all these highs, drink my cup and take these lines, mixing shit you're not supposed to. It's a shame I haven't died. What I want, I can't decide. In the music I confide, rip my heart out of my chest because that's where you still reside. Bottle in my left hand, pills in my right. Falling out the sky, might be over tonight. Bottle in my left hand, pills in my right, might be over tonight. You made me cry myself to sleep, thinking about these bullets I could eat. And now I'm haunted, so haunted. You haunt me in my dreams.
I like that little synth off in the distance there. Oh, yeah, I mean, it was fun to listen to. And also, like, sometimes if it's just the beat, I can kind of see what's going on in the overall bed. Okay. It feels a little bit hyped up top, a little. But also it is there's kind of a few things going on all in all. It's like a little bit of hyped up top. It's also not quite as loud as the other stuff that she sent in. And it is lacking at the bottom. So we can make it louder, less hyped, so on and so forth, by getting that low end beefed up. The kick, dump some 60 in it. And then the bass, give it some 100 to 200. 30 to 60 is quite dialed in. So that's what I would do. And then I think that that's going to help balance things out, and it's going to constrict the dynamic range a little bit and get us some nice, some more average loudness on the track as a whole. And then we would evaluate if it's still hyped up top a little bit. And then that guitar sample, I would cut it from 1 to 2K so that the vocals have a pocket to live in. Yeah, more bass is pretty sweet problem to have. So more bass, and that guitar is it's eating up too much. It's just the guitar is taking up a whole lot of room, and we got to get some cuts in there for the vocal to sit, because the vocal is definitely buried, and it's fighting with the guitar. So figure out the guitar, cut it back a little bit, see where the vocal is living, and then make contrary cuts on the guitar, just mix it. And that's kind of like what I would go there. And then we'll evaluate if we're just too hyped up top still, after the bass drops in. It's possible, but it also might just like fix it.
To sleep, thinking about these bullets I could eat, and now I'm haunted.
Yeah. Dial in that guitar, add more bass. Okay. We just got another Ivory track. Let's take a listen. All right, here we go.
She talking different on her FaceTime for sure. And she telling me she love me, but I don't think I know if she mean it or don't. And if she did, then we spend all our time up in my bed, up at my crib. Guess that's how she thought I lived in. I suppose that things change. Never had the opportunity to try and fix things. I can't let no girl be fooling me with some commit thing. That shit never ends well. That just doesn't sit well. If I could live it differently, I wonder what that entail. And if she knew just what she meant to me, then I could. Well, I don't know. I wonder if we had time to grow, then it would work. These hypotheticals gon' kill me real slow, and that's a first. And that's a first for me. It just doesn't work for me. Don't know what that means for me. I just know that everything isn't what it seems to be. And all that shit I see through. Looking in the mirror, it's like looking at the rear view. Can't forget these memories and all these mementos that I kept gon' be the death of me. All of these mementos that I kept gon' be the death of me.
Just not good enough, just not good enough. Life been out of touch, the tide's been getting rough. Where will I go from here? Where will I go from here? Used to be so clear, now I don't know where to steer.
Living life, I'm on the edge of my every vice. Got it, I'ma get it twice. Hard for me to get it right. In my bed, I'm staring at the ceiling almost every night. Running from the truth, like they catching up to me. And I've been wondering a lot, like if she's coming back for me. I'm on my toes. Called her, but she still won't answer me. I'm growing cold. All my things you gave them back to me, I turned to stone, yeah. I'm all alone, yeah. Wish that we could figure things out when they're going on instead of after you're gone, yeah. After everything that I say, you're still moving on, yeah. Yeah, you're still moving on. After everything that you decided to tell me what's wrong, and after everything we did, you just moving on. You're moving on, girl, keep moving on, girl, cause surely I'm not. And I don't think you know me just as well as you thought. And I'm just having trouble trying to tell what this is. And I'm just having trouble trying to figure this out. And I think I'm in trouble trying to tell you apart from everyone else.
Just not good enough. Just not good enough. Life been out of touch. The tide's been getting rough. Where will I go from here? Where will I go from here? Used to be so clear. Now I don't know where to steer. Just not good enough. Just not good enough. Well, life been out of touch. The tide's been getting rough. Where will I go from here? Where will I go, my dear? Used to be so clear. Now I don't know where to steer. I'm missing everything I had in the past. And people falling faster than the leaves in autumn. You ask me how I'm feeling as of late, and I just can't answer straight. Cause all these problems deep down, they just holding some weight. I need a break. They say that they've been killing me, it's safe to say. All these memories I got just locked away. Holding on to who I used to think I was back in the day. Come on, tell me what you think and I'll just get up out your way.
Just not good enough. Just not good enough. Life been out of touch. The tide's been getting rough. Where will I go from here? Where will I go from here? Used to be so clear.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, another one just totally from another place. This would be super cool, like in the middle of an album, like between a couple of things. As far as those vocals, yeah, the vocals aren't sitting right, but it's kind of like it's kind of a classic. You're listening to the wrong thing. It's that the guitar is overwhelming. If you just cut the guitar back in a few places to let the vocals sit better, then the vocals will sit better. So I would look at like 700, 1K as some areas that we might be able to lose some guitar, or maybe just turn the guitar down in general. The vocals will sit a little bit better. I think that the mix really works in like these parts.
Now I don't know where to steer. On my toes, called her, but she still won't answer me. I'm growing cold.
Let me find it.
You gave them back to me, I turned to stone, yeah. It's the don't think you know me, and I'm just having trouble from everyone. Out of touch. The tide's been
This stuff, this is sitting in a pretty nice. Oh, and I love those like background vocals. Very cool. That's working a bit better, and that is that acoustic guitar. It's just taking up too much space in the mix, and I would just dial it back in general. Yeah, but it's like, and like mixes like it's shocking. Like sometimes when we because there's almost nothing going on here, like it's acoustic guitar and vocals, and it's like, why is this hard to work? Because so many of our templates and our moves are based on like, okay, I've got a kick, I've got a bass, I've got 3 guitars, and I've got like a whole drum kit and like, 30 vocal stacks. And sometimes it is the hardest to make something like this stripped down work the best as a mix. So that makes sense, like why it's tough. But yeah, just cut that guitar back a little bit so that the vocals can sit a little more on top. You could add like a stereo delay reverb channel that the guitar gets sent to, and it's not like a reverb and a delay that we're gonna hear. We don't want it to go ping, 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 ping. But we could just use that to just mix it in like on a bus very, very subtly to just kind of push the guitar to the sides a little bit and introduce a bit of stereo space so that... so just it's going to push it a little bit out of the middle and we don't want to hear it, because I know that the vibe is like intimate and stripped down, but we want it as like a timing effect, just to get some stuff out of the way that might be cool on the guitar. And then there's that sample, the that high pitch.
Think I know if she mean it or don't, and if she did, then we spend all that time up in my bed.
Okay, that stuff, bing bong. For some reason, it's got a fair degree of information, from like 20 to 100. It's probably like room noise or a room reverberation. That's not doing anything for your mix. Like on the very, very, very high, the high sample. Okay, high pass it up to like 100 and just clean up the rumble and stuff, and it'll help your mix feel a little bit cleaner. And as far as arrangement, I would consider, and it's like, it has this vibe, it like fits in its place. It's like maybe on the core of it, like this whole intro.
She's talking different on it.
Like my rule of thumb in like building an arrangement like this is that like every 4 bars, something should happen. Like a sound should get changed. We should introduce a new sound, or something as simple as like we just automate an EQ to be slightly different. And we just want to get a little sense of movement on this, while maintaining its vibe. So I would consider like some automation. I would consider finding maybe another sample to kind of mix in and out, something like the high plucking thing, something that isn't constant, but something that comes in like every 4 bars, every 8 bars, just to get a little bit of ear candy going. And it's gonna feel like that's more attainable once you clear that guitar out of the way for the vocal, because right now you're like, this is busy and like I don't know what to do. And it might be like just balance that out and then go like, oh yeah, I can start bringing in some stuff, or like do a reverb throw on the vocal like every 4 bars. Just give the audience something to just anticipate and look forward to as it runs through the track. And then once we get into the meat of it and we change up the sound and the textures and stuff, then we're like, oh yeah, we're in it. And it starts to make sense. But I'm talking about like the first minute of the track. Let's throw them some meat in the mix. But like cool stuff. All right, y'all. This is Atonuv Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every night. We start at 6 p.m. Eastern. Folks can send tracks in absolutely whenever. The email's right there. I've got some rules and regulations scrolling across the top of the screen. We are... How long have we been at this today? Let's check. All right, we are at about 4.5 hours. So I'm going to think about winding it down. This is a long time to do audio feedback. I'm always happy to be here. This rules. Y'all are the best. If you've got something, send it in. We're going to go ahead and give this about like a couple of minutes at this point. And we'll be back at it tomorrow. Share the link, tell your friends, Send in tracks, finish your mixes, dial stuff in, and then, hang out anytime. The ears are doing pretty okay. I have, my system is set up that I have, a very, very reasonable volume that I listen to stuff at, and I can do a fair degree of listening in here without fatiguing the ears too bad. So they're doing okay, but thanks for checking. Which is a thing that I recommend, set up setting up an environment where you can listen comfortably for a long period of time is really, really valuable. Yeah, it is a little easier. All right. See you, Elias. Okay. Let's call it a night. Everybody, it has been sweet. I'm going to go ahead and wait, Ivory, are you looking for another track or another stream? Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's do it tomorrow. I'm out of here. I'll see everyone later. Take care of yourselves and have a good one. I'm going to raid somebody. Just go to a music channel. Peace out.